It is that time again. And I think for my sake, I shall separate this in 2 days, like I mentioned. But we'll see. We shall see how I feel. I don't think I'm gonna finish this off in a single day, but I think I know a good place. I know two potential good places to probably um leave at a cliffhanger. So like here goes. Let me here we go. Hello to anybody out there. Hi. Hello. All right. I'm going to switch over to my overlay and I'm going to recap um whatchamacallit. I'm going to recap what went down yesterday on the cosmic turnabout. So here's how it all went. Um no wait. Hold on. So like yeah, I mean y'all saw it. Um won the trial, but Blackwell still thinks that something was amiss. He asked Fulbright to read the results of the fingerprint analysis on the lighter, but he didn't have time to check, so he reads the results out himself, and the prints belong to Athena Sykes. And despite his best efforts, the judge was unable to quiet the court down. After everything we worked for, is this really the result that we wanted? Where did it all go wrong? We're gonna find out. Yep, we're gonna find out, everybody. One moment. Let me check one little thing. So yeah, we're gonna. So the majority of this is going to be the investigation, and depending on how I feel, I think I could do one half of the trial. Because all the last case is a single day of investigation and then two parts of the trial. The final trial is separated into two parts. There's a part one and a part two. So yeah, let's get to it, everybody. Nothing to it. All right. Okay, let me close a few things here and here and here. Oh, all right. And one more little thing. Uh, I know I said I was trying to go to start early. I mean, this is usually my start time, but I was trying to start a little bit more early, but I was, you know, I was okay. I'm just, all right. All right then. And with that, gonna start up the game. And here we go. Play, play game. All right. It's loading up. And it is captured. Yes. All right. Hello, Joya. You're just in time. I'm about to begin the last case. Turnabout for tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of investigating, and then I might, depending on how I feel, I think I might just do, you know, the first part of the trial and save the last part of the trial for tomorrow. All right. Honestly, I was surprised on how short, well, not short. I was surprised that case 4 it only took me about 7 hours to get through compared to case 3, which took me like basically an entire day, 12 hours, complete with a dinner break and all, and a restroom break too. Um, I guess for context, it's only a single day of investigation, and then the trial is only in 2 parts. But but usually the last case of every single one of these games is usually the longest. Usually. I'll never forget that one time, the final case in the first Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Man, that last case, it felt like it was going stretching on and on. The culprit just would not give up. For those that know, they know. All right. Okay. All right. Here goes. Yeah. It's like, oh my god, we already convicted you. Just give up already. That the culprit just would not let down. I'm looking forward to reliving that. But it's been so long. But anyway, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. All right, here goes everyone. Oh. Episode 5. Turnabout for tomorrow. Timeout. I did it again. Another false alarm. I need to reload. Dang it. I can't believe I did that to myself again. I forgot to switch costumes. You know, people also hate Rise of the Ashes because it's so long, but it's also so good. Okay, Rise of the Ashes in the first game is fine. And I paced myself in that one. I I did it in 3 days because I know how ridiculously long it was. But that case is good. Case 4 is still probably the best case, in the first game. Like if we were just ranking it by cases. Um like 4 and 5 are definitely neck and neck. Case 5 was great. All the characters were pretty good. Damon Gant, the Sky Sisters, Emma Lana, um, Angel Star, um, Jake Marshall. I loved all of Jake Marshall's animations. Yes, Gant. Gant had the drip. God, swim lightly. Oh man, the stare. Damon Gant just stares into your soul. All right, we're gonna go back to default. I do like the old school suit too, but we're gonna go default. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah, Gant was awesome. Episode 5, Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. Blood. Oh no. That's horrifying. Oh my god. Katana. Little Athena. We saw a little bit of that first episode. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No. Oh snap. And it's all monochrome. Black and white. Inside black quill. No matter how far no matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. Autumn. Wearing Clay's jacket. Paul looked so cool there. He's looking up to the moon. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. Courtroom number 4. For only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. The old school suit doesn't have Phoenix's one piece of hair. Nah, it doesn't. Or the Trucy locket. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Write Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Oh, ellipsis. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Aw, stop, Phoenix. Aw, Trucy. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead, and she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ah, where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, She wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. I like when Trucy's like that. That's one of my favorite stills of her. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great! But before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Alright. Lighter. Ooh. She's been arrested as a suspect in the case. Currently working on his own. He says he wants to bring his friend's killer to justice, but I wonder if that's all. Trucy, I adopted her 8 years ago. Well, you had no choice. Athena's childhood friend. I defended her when she was on trial for the courtroom bombing incident. Simon Blackwell, convicted of the murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. He's chasing a phantom he saw back then. Ooh. Bobby Fulbright, detective assigned to this case. He led the evacuation effort at the Space Center after the bombing incident. Candace Arm, detective who specialized in bomb cases without detail at the Space Center. One of the first to find the body. Yuri Cosmos, director of the Space Center, and one of the first people to discover the body. He seems exceedingly full of himself. Ponko and Clonko. I love these robots. A guide robot at the Space Center. She can provide information to the center and show people around. She's got the cute little eyelashes. Clonko, one of the robots developed by Aura, who refers to him as hunk of junk. Aura Blackwell, a researcher who's developing robots at the Space Center. She is Prosecutor Blackwell's older sister. She's 37 and Simon is 28. Wow. Talk. What to do? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks? I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean a toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Any ideas? How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. A conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina, with the fuzz hot in our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? uh... I guess presenting your attorney's badge is like your quick trick, huh, Daddy? So it's just a trick to you, huh? Well, you are one of the talents in our Wright Anything agency after all, but I have to say that an attorney's badge won't get many laughs. I don't care if I don't get laughs as long as I can clear my client's name. That's a good one, Daddy. I'm no match for you though, Trucy. Uh, Daddy, you should be careful about showing evidence to a magician. That's true. He can make anything disappear. Well, anything up to about a yard in diameter, anyway. My magic panties are in extra dimensional space. I guess only a space probe can help us figure out how they work then, huh? No. Maybe. I don't know. Alright. We are off to the entrance. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Talk to Space Center staff. Murder of an astronaut. Athena Sykes. Clay Terran. Note. Athena's prints were found on the lighter the killer left behind. That's insane. Oh no. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Erk. Galactic scooter. Full speed ahead. Director. He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Yeah, we sure did. Oh well. He'll live. Let's go to the boarding lounge. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey, Mr. Starbuck. You've been released, huh? Yup, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except, uh, what's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. Oh, he saw Athena? I was staring at a loss. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, it sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. God be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. Oh. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. God, she's great. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. No, stop. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Alright, so, let's, present. Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No, sorry, I'm so useless. Uh... No, no, it's all right. There's no need to get all depressed. Hope capsule. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched to the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. Uh, so there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. Uh, well, I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Dang. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Oof. The murderer. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They say they never did find a .10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? Um, I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, can you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Oh, nice. Switching the launch pads. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Okay, Chuck. We are back at the space station, investigating more of the crime scene and figuring out why Athena's fingerprints were on that lighter. Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I could show you around. Cool. Let's... Oh, look at that already. Let's check out the dead leaves on the floor. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician stage, you know. I mean, that was a nice question to ask still. Oh, so this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yup. Well, this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2, Launchpad 1 door lock updated. The biometric door lock print authentication isn't required from the Launchpad side. Whoa. Whoa, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Alright. Okay. Now then. Let us now go back to the entrance. December 20th. Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait! He's still salty. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! Gah! The mobility system has been compromised. Oh my god. Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Holy crap. I forgot she did that. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. Oh no. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. This guy is crazy. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence. Let me ask you a question. What will that object contribute to the future of mankind? What? Not much, I guess. Then how important could it be? Quite unlike the great historical figure, Yuri Cosmos. Ha 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 ha. If he's any more self-absorbed, he'll turn into his very own black hole. Alright, that was the same text I showed him the first time. Mankind's crowning achievement, the Hat 1 mission, will be in textbooks across the land. Wow, that historic, huh? My achievements are grand enough to rival the very birth of space itself. My life will be a legend that will be told millions of years into the future. You may proceed to admire and praise me now. Ha 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 ha. Haha, you certainly are an amazing piece of work. Alright, let's talk to him for real now. That's a cute star right there. It almost looks like a Starman from Mario Brothers, but not really. Alright. Switching the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in the court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Nyeh, nyeh. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Aw, snap. The Psycholux. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclox if I want to get to the bottom of this. Welcome back again, Cyclox. And it even has its own icon. Because, like, in the previous games, you had to present it in Justice for All and in Trials and Tribulations. And then I think in Apollo Justice became its own icon during Case 4, I believe.
Take that!
Take that. Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. This music. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Also, trying to unlock everything when you have all the evidence except for one was horrible. Oh my god, yes. I've been there, Joya. I've been there a few times. I remember, of course, obviously, like my first time, I'm like, and then it's like, oh, I had to like I missed a piece of evidence and I forgot to, um, that was another tricky part about both Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations, because because those games, you could present profiles, and then of course, that opens up like more information. Or if you missed that one little pixel in that one little area. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Clay Terran.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah, someone please help this poor prisoner of war! And then again, much like I did, much like I said yesterday, I could just make him spin there forever. Or I could go to the animation thing. How is he able to spin around like that? Revolution! Hey, Sugi. Oh, man. All right. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off.
You spin me right round, baby, right round. Yes.
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did she know to switch to pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety.
But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally.
The bomber.
My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said, "It's been a while?" And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle. The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the killer said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank.
Ah, didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman?
No. But we get to see you spin around and around. Whee! Rolling around like the speed of sound. Yes. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Yes, Chuck, yes.
Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Simon Blackquill.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it wasn't Simon Blackquill. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
I mean, because you're a terrible liar. We kind of, you know, found that out yesterday in court. All right, time to spill it, dude. Switching the launch pads. The reason why director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Around he goes. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason, I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. Oh no, 7 years ago. You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, spy. Spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Trucy. Shoutouts to James Bond. Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The spy.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning of sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes, and here, I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Yes.
But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch to launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, you don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you? I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
Wow, good going, government.
It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. Sorry about that, everybody.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched to launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene.
Oh,
First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched to launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I pull a closed for repairs. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2.
ooh, sneaky. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well, until...
Dang. Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Terran is dead, and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
3, 2, 1,
Go.
wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? The Hope capsule. I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time, since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1, but I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged, miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there, in the courtroom, as evidence, that was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprits may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprits probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then? Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Captain Harlock? Hey there. This is Yuri Cosmos. He is a great man. He's the director of the Space Center, and he was also one of the first people to discover the body. And he seems exceedingly full of himself at first. Oh wow. That is a cool design. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. I mean, he has broken out of his handcuffs plenty of times. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It's all over for me.
And it will be over for you if I, you know, let you spin forever without me pressing the confirmation button. Okay, I'll behave.
Spin, spin, whirl, whirl. I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. This is hilarious. All right, we'll leave Yuri alone now. We got enough info from him. See the Space Museum. Ah, December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. Oh, there's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. You know, right? I liked he had a cool hairstyle from a couple of years ago. And then, Capcom executives like, okay, we're gonna make your hair in the shape of a rocket. We're gonna make you look ridiculous. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hat 1 exhibit added to the court record. A newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved with the launch, and a jacket one of them wore. Yeah, look at that. That's a cool hairstyle. And then look at him now. Oh well. Hello? Oh, look, it's Juniper. Oh, Miss Woods. What brings you here? I I heard Dina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Dina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Oh, we're gonna get some more information, everybody. Athena and the Space Center. Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working in a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here. So Dina lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Sad memory. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Uh-oh. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Dina's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? And after it happened, Dina stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. You feel this plot does work for Athena, but you find it kind of random for Apollo, like, oh, by the way, I have this friend named Clay, and I used to hang out at the Space Center all the time, with no prior mention of Clay or anything like that. Yeah, I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. Yeah, but I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters, but I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right, and I was so surprised. He was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. Young Athena. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Yeah, Chuckman. She's a important character, closely connected. Hmm. I wonder what kind of research it was. Well, she did kind of assemble a whole statue by herself in case 3. Yeah, she did. She's good at arts, you know? I mean, so was Greek Athena. Because of her special ability, Dina couldn't handle being in school very often. and I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Oh, maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. We will, right after we present our attorney's badge. I'm very sorry, but I don't know anything about that. Oh no, she's coughing. Okay, sorry to bother you. I guess she doesn't have the leads on that. All right. We shall show her the Hat 1 exhibit to move things along. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look! There's Nina's mom! Oh. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes. Alright, before I move things along, everybody, for the longest time, I was actually researching on how to try to properly pronounce the name Metis. Metis as in the Greek Titan, not Metis, right? Because I know in France, the French the French pronunciation, it's called Métis. But I guess for me, English or Greek, it was Metis or Metis. I'm gonna bring up some trivia too right now, some name trivia. So her given name, Metis, comes from the Greek deity with the same name. The mythological Metis was the Titaness of wisdom and deep thought, with the name itself being a combination of the words for wisdom and cunning. These traits would fit with Metis Sykes' study of psychological abilities and robotics. Additionally, the original Metis was the mother of the original Athena, who was the goddess of, amongst many other things, wisdom. And then her full name could be a play on words in relation to metaphysicology. Oh, metapsychology. Yeah, metapsychology. A type of speculative psychology that seeks to explain processes of the mind that cannot be studied empirically. This could also refer to Athena's ability to read people's emotions, which cannot be done empirically without the use of widget. Yeah, psychs, a play on psychology or psyched. That woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch, just as I suspected.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Okay, December 20th, detention center, visitor's room.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Tentonate.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident?
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible. I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
Ha ha ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
Oh no.
You.
I agree, Chuckman. I agree. We missed Gumshoe.
You. What nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Violence? No. Question? Okay.
No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him.
I.
Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No. I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was.
But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. It would. I don't see any psych locks. So I don't see any psych locks. So I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
Well, there you go.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course. So we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though.
Wow. They laid it all out, piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces.
He really loves his bombs.
I wish I could have them.
No. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony fancy bomb added to the court record. It was found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
11A, 6B, B, 7K. Think is that like an 11? And there's like a little crack right here, and a little chip here too. Really interesting, like how a bomb can be made.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Ah, anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way to, well, I guess back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. All right, sounds like a plan. Oh, it's fine, Trucy. It's just like a skip and a hop. You know? See, just like that. Whoa. I forgot how this room looked like. The first thing I immediately see is that big old robot. December 20th. Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. Oh, look at that. There's a cute little face right there. Okay. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding's lounge, and where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Oh no. Daddy, look! Over there! Oh, Apollo. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? What could they possibly need a giant spiked metal ball for? So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Oh, Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Juicy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab. So you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Can you tell me anything about this piece of evidence? Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. What a pleasant response. Okay, we're gonna talk to her. About what happened. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly, Starbuck was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court. Am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I... I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying, I don't know, if it's true? It's very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Oof, ellipsis. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Oh no. Phew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. No.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran! Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran!
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Except you're not, Phoenix. The closest thing that you have to, like, spiritual powers is the Megatama. I know he was just being sarcastic. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago again. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why, do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
But Miss Aura, that's private information.
And if you don't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger than me.
Yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Venus Sykes.
Hearts? Robots of hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not rational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Venus transcend humans.
Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Oh, nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. Oh, and almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Sora, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonko and Ponko. Clonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. I agree, Trucy. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I could always repair his body. Besides, their hearts are actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So you could do any so I could do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. I agree. But why are people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. Dr. Sykes and Simon. Dr. Sykes and Simon. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Edgeworth mentioned. Huh? He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Come on now. Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. Uh, we're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Klonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch, don't push.
My apologies. I'm just following orders.
Ah. Damn. December 20th. Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Yes. I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office alone. And somebody special is in the office, everybody. December 20th. Write Anything Agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now, I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Look at that. Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I notice handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? Yeah, that must have really been something. Although, weird is par for the course of you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure it'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Maya! Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Oh no. I used to use a little kid voice for her. I have to improvise. Look, Chuck, it's Pearl. She's back. And she's 16 years old. Oh my god. Alright, before we talk to Pearls, first order of business, we'll show her the badge. When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time. I'm glad I can help again. You wonder if anyone played the Apollo Justice trilogy without playing the Phoenix Wright trilogy? Do you have beef? No! No. Joya? Hang on. I like Pearl. Pearl is awesome. She is one of the best, like, kid characters in all of, like, media. And also, Joya, I even jokingly said this. I've only had Pearl Faye for a day and a half. But if anything happened to her, I would kill everyone in this room. And then myself. Not really. No. I love Pearl. Pearl's awesome. She's great. No, it's just...
Just make her talk like this. Hi, Mr. Nick. I'm Pearl Faye. I can channel spirits better than anybody. And I like to try to be useful.
I can't do that for her anymore because she's 16 years old. So I have to improvise. I have to make her sound older. Nah, Pearl's awesome. Easily somewhere in the top 20. I don't even have a list, but she's up there. She's definitely like somewhere up there. Yeah, I know. That's what's cool about Pearl, like, because, kid characters, they can be so bratty, snotty, but only certain kid characters, Like, she's really good, though. And I know, things can get a little weird when she channels a spirit. Like when she channels, Mia. Oh, man. But no. Like, Pearl's great. I'm glad I can help again. Thanks, you always provide such great assistance. I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standards. I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. Oh, she's doing the same pose. Let's show her a knife. I'm sorry. I want to be of help. But I'm still in training, and nothing about that is coming to mind, I'm afraid. I'm really deeply sorry. No, it's okay. I shouldn't have shown you something so trivial anyway. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Alright. It's time to talk to Pearls. Oh, little bow. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye. Though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Yeah, they got to meet her in the DLC case. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door is unlocked.
but I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
Oh, Pearls is errand.
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. What to do?
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days.
To become a spirit medium, worthy of heading the Fate Clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet.
I'll have some burgers delivered to her then. Burgers!
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person will have to climb a steep mountain.
I hope she tips them well then. Any ideas?
Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick.
Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court.
Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated?
Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention.
Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right?
That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? uh... My hair's a little messy now. Anyway. Alright. That was nice. Welcome back, Pearl. You were missed. There she is. Pearl Fade, a spirit medium in training. Her psychic powers are beyond question. Oh, my bad. She's 17. I thought she was 16. Wow. Okay. Oh. Court record. Meta Sykes. Athena's mother and victim of the murder 7 years ago. She was a talented psychologist, like her daughter. Alright. Okay, everybody. It's time to go to the detention center. And not a moment too soon. December 20th, detention center, visitor's room. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time, and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Aw, snap. This is our first face-to-face with Simon Blackquill. Outside of court. Just like how we see every just like how we meet every prosecutor, Edgeworth, Manfred von Karma, aka Satan, Franziska, Godot, and Clavier. His 3D looks so funny facing forward. Yeah, I didn't notice because like his brow is covering his eyes a little, but there's a certain look I like, a certain frame when he looks sardonic. I don't have anything to say, Ora. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? Yeah, there it is. We have company, Oda. Please try to calm down. I like that frame right there. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Oh, wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business. Quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do.
But as a result, Sykestone was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Aw, snap. Blackpool's awesome. One moment, everybody. Oh. All right. Okay. Okay, first order of business. Let us present our attorney's badge. How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinate? I swear I'll get her acquitted. You'll see. Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Do you really think it would be so easy? I'm more than aware of how hard it's going to be. Thank you very much. So, what do you think? Looks like it wasn't important enough to warrant even a contemporaneous. I like that. That was good. All right. Let us speak to 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You villain! Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single.
Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Guard! The guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes' donut, mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackwell,
Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet. I tell you.
there he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Okay. Let us talk about the trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident.
Tear stains.
Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your Red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video added to the court record. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one that passed through at the time of the crime. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture.
Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago. It belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. But who took this picture, detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime added to the court record. Taken inadvertently. It became conclusive evidence at Simon Blackwell's trial 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. So let's see. I wanted to check something. All right. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. Execution date. So he was given the death sentence. Yes. He told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it will be the worst possible scenario. Nope. Prosecutor Blackwell would be Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are? Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy. Oh no. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Aw, crap. There's a lot of people out here. Oh, wow, look at that. We got the riot squad, police officers, a news reporter. There's people. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? News reporter cosplaying Edgeworth, yeah.
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here?
Pearl's over here. Oh, Mr. Nick. There you are. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? Oh. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Klonkle seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error?
Yeah. Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
Yeah.
It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klongo? Oh no. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah! The robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools. How can you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonkle's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. Our researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Grr, this girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena?
Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out, then...
No, wait! Ah, Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but... But you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go and contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess, Hunk of Junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip.
I don't have anything to say, Ora. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Black will. Well, even if he don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested. They've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You could still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Well, it's simple. We retry it in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we can find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? Well, that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If you're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot Police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Yes. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright,
Ah, it's the hostage taker.
I'm back to my usual self now. You're still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Aw, snap. My number one, everybody.
I trust
Ow.
you've been well, Wright.
I trust you've been well, right? Ah! The man! Did you really need to make him Aura Farm? Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor. But now, the myth, the legend. Hey, Astro dude. Yep, yep. You gotta give him the royal treatment. You gotta, you gotta spare some budget for him. Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Um, he's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon, it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? We sure do. Just like old times, present attorney's badge. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. It is. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. But now you can stand in courts once again. And you can mow them down, just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? I mean, bro. Oh, Phoenix. Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. Ah. Another young life lost to the hands of a cruel killer. Edgeworth, you don't think Athena's a culprit, do you? Humph. That's up to the evidence and the truth they reveal. Right. And what about the hostage situation? The law will deal with the hostage taker. Remember, we must never stoop to threats or acts of violence ourselves, even if people's lives are on the line. Edgeworth, he may be a stickler for the rule of law, but I have no better ally in this world than him. The Hope capsule samples brought back from some distant asteroid. Risking his own safety, the victim brought them with him from the launch pad. They must have been very valuable. Yes, all nations are itching to get their hands on such materials. Right. This case may turn out to be more than just a murder case, you know. That's fine. Come what may, my top priority is to defend my clients. The goat even comments in the badge, he knows what's up. Yep. Right. Please stop presenting random evidence just to see how that person will react. But that's the thing. I need to see how people will react in order to question them. And what if it's evidence that person isn't privy to? Haha, that doesn't happen much. Humph, you never change. And I'm afraid I'll never understand your assortment of oddball clients either. Right. You object? Hello, Kronos.
I'm just gonna see if I can fish for any more flavor text. Right. Oh, okay. The emote. Okay, it's still busted. That's alright. Well, it's not alright, but yeah. Alright. Right. Gotcha. Alright. Let's talk to Mr. Edgyworth. Yep. So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. The UR1 incident. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here, in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Yeah. Gosh, what a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. 2 photos of the body and crime scene. They were taken by the first person to discover the body. I also have the autopsy reports for you. Metis's autopsy report added to the court record. The cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Robotics Lab, West Side. The victim's body was found on the operating table. A katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. And there's a no mask on the wall, and a scroll. Robotics Lab, East Side. The moon rock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There is a hanging scroll and the Japanese theater mask on the wall. Estimated time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound to the heart. Miles Edgeworth, age 34, the chief prosecutor. He's an old friend and a former prosecutor against whom I fought many courtroom battles. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Simon Blackwell. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him, too. Hello there, halting insurgency? Huh? No, I know. JWPG 9? Q9? One moment. There's nobody. There's nobody in my Twitch chat right now by that name, and I also apologize because if they were, like, if that person was like lurking, I wouldn't call out like a lurker, you know, pinging unknown other brand new account with no chat history. So I can take that as, oh, I don't know. I see. I see. So, so it's a bot, huh? All right. I'll pay no mind to it. Anyway, gotcha, Kronos. The security camera video and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? Hmm. To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yes, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Yeah, Pearl. Like that time when you wanted to gravely roast the master? Instead, you poured gravy on the scroll? Bad Pearl. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. Oh no. And also the time that she kept the secret of breaking the jar. Adorable. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay we could stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Yay. All right. Let us. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. It's simple. She is building this giant robot to destroy Mega Man. And hello there, mind scan. Anyway, continuing. Let's see. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? You're welcome, Mindscan. I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron. JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Okay. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's custom made. Shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? One moment, everybody. Just, opening a spare tab and saving my cute little watch streak. That's all. Anyway, holy crap.
Is that a vengeful nemesis I see? How the hell are you? I'm good, man. Hope you've been well. Hope capsule updated in the court record. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Ah, you knew who I was referring to. Go for it, Kronos. Yeah, I wanted to keep my Dimag TV streak intact. Alright. Yes, Venge indeed does live. That's cool, man. Oh, alright. I wanted to make sure I examined every single thing. We love our flavor text here. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. How has it been treating me? Yeah. Oh, it's been well. Venge. So Venge. Um, I've played the only games. The only games I have not played in the series yet. I have not played the two Great Ace Attorney games yet, and I have not played the second Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. Last year, Venge, I wanted to do the thing. I wanted to do the thing on Christmas, which I did. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. So I'm like, I wanted to just, replay the entire series and get a nice refresher course. And I figured, hey, stream these games as well. So ever since last year, I said to myself, I'm going to do one Ace Attorney game a month. And of course, I'm also partially doing this because, I remember reading that little news of Capcom saying, Capcom promises. Well, no, excuse me, not promise. I saw an article saying that Capcom wants to make more Mega Man, which is happening, more Devil May Cry, and more Ace Attorney games, as one of many franchises that they're bringing back from the past. Like, we're getting a new Onimusha, which is cool. Okami 2 is in the works, which is super cool. Can't wait for that. So if Capcom is, gonna hold up to their word, I think we will see other stuff aside from the usual, no offense to the three franchises because it makes it the most money. We'll see something else other than Resident Evil, Street Fighter, and Monster Hunter. Gotcha. So yeah. So ever since, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna do one Ace Attorney game a month. So next month, I can lay out the groundwork for you. And for everybody else that's in here too. So next month, I'll be doing Spirit of Justice in May. And then in June, I'll be doing the first Great Ace Attorney game. July, the second Great Ace Attorney game. August, I'll do the first Miles Edgeworth game, the first Ace Attorney Investigations. And then in September, I'll do yeah, the second Ace Attorney game, Prosecution's Gambit or something like that. I forgot the subtitle. Yeah, I'll be doing that. And then for the heck of it, in October, I'm gonna check out Ghost Detective. I never got to play that one. I finally acquired it, so I'm looking forward to trying that out. That'll be a fun little October-ish game. I wouldn't mind that, Venge. I mean, I did enjoy Strider 2014. Like, it was just called Strider, but it came out in 2014. And I'm really surprised at how Double Helix made that game before they got absorbed into Amazon. After they made the first season one of the new Killer Instinct. But Venge, if we're talking Capcom franchises that we want, I would not mind a new Strider, a new Demon's Crest, maybe a new Bionic Commando. Obviously, I would like a new Darkstalkers, but I don't know if I trust Capcom's current fight division to do that. Apollo's first case starts tonight. The trial's Monday. Oh, like on the real life date? That's cool. Oh. I don't... Hang on. Let's see. I know. We can have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow. Machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down. You see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? A robot that knows fear. Wow. Programmed to know fear. Anyway, I believe we can move on and check out the other stuff. Oh, look. It's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe?
A cleaning robot must follow a human's orders, as long as it causes no human harm.
Yikes! It talks.
A cleaning robot must keep desks clean without violating the preceding clause. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk.
Oh, what is the purpose of my existence?
Oh, what is the purpose of my existence?
I guess slack off and cut some corners are in his vocabulary bank. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do. Meet us. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Mita Sykes. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Not the face! Not the face!
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. Oh, man.
Freaking Jury Han here. Aura Black was awesome. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura?
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying, and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct. But without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Aww. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonkel, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko, they're the robots of hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Ponko series features a heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Alright. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. Maybe they might even be more human than you.
What's that supposed to mean?
It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does.
Damn. Phoenix just called Edgeworth robotic.
He's far from it. Robots of a heart added to the court record. It explains the recognition and communication features of the Ponko series of robots.
Yeah, Edgeworth can out-logic the robots. Yep, you're not wrong. He can out-logic their logic circuits. Oh, man.
Let's see. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. You remember an old Ace Attorney comic joke now?
My name is Zach Ramardi, and I am a jerk. Or if it's a different one, you can let me know.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Oh, alright. This is some nice looking 3D. Alright, I think we can just check the box now. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the excavation. Lawyer superpowers. Phoenix can tell if someone is lying through magic locks. Apollo can tell someone is lying by a magic bracelet and subtle habits. Athena can read the emotions in one's voice. Edgeworth. Common logic. Oh man. And you also reminded me how good the logic system was in the first Ace Attorney. The Ace Attorney investigations. Miles Edgeworth. So good. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the excavation. During the evacuation. Yeah. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprits inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Both. Emergency ladder added to the court record. It was lowered to the ground from the window of the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yup. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. What a bro. Ah, yes, that was such a dark time. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Hobo Nick was almost like a fever dream. Edgeworth's request. So, so that was, so that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yup, the Blackwell case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Ah, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. What? Playing poker? Playing piano? That you really can't do? And somehow Trucy was bringing in the money, but you were also playing poker. He was just messing around, though. I mean, he was just sarcastic there. He was just joking. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. You can also make it into a drinking game. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean?
That's right. That's right, he's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. I know. Oh, it was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Or is Edgeworth going to update the autopsy report again? It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other and pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister, and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like to tell the hostage taker something for me. But I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. She'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Oh man. Okay. December 20th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you. Haha, thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live at the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder, no wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? Uh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's all right, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Oh, Athena. All right. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now. Don't talk like that, Athena. We're gonna clear you of all suspicion. Just you wait. I hope you can. I really hope you can. Could it have been me who killed Clay? Did I kill Apollo's friend? Of course you didn't. We all believe in you. I hope that includes Apollo. Sad. This is a bad idea. Let's cause you more trauma by showing a picture of. I'm sorry, everybody. That was very dark. Uh, Alright, let us talk. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I I was actually at the Space Center that day. In in the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said, closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads, if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Hat 1 exhibit updated. A newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved with launch, and the jacket worn by Dr. Sykes. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. I mean, the second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into a boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Your mother's work. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow! Robots that can understand people! I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are Widget and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. Moon rock earring. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Sure, we will. I just want to see if there was any more flavor text with this. Nah, okay. Alright. Oh yeah, present. Present. Robots with a heart. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. Oh, I just I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have good memories of it. 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yup, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow, unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? He heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Curls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and effectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty when I studied it. I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocent personally. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of... Welcome back, Kronos. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. I probably don't have an idea unless I watch the VOD. Or if I could just check the chat room. uh, anyway, moving on. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. Yep, that somebody. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. Yep. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble.
We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency. Nick was given the tool from Maya. Eventually, as a poker player, he picked up on the skill of perceiving. Given the tool from Maya. Yeah. Not to the same degree as Polly, though. Yeah. Hmm. It's it's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. We need to let this play out before the loop. what? Loot one more time. Joya! That's right. You did tell me, you had your ringtone set to this. Video game jump scare. For you. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait! We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? Oh no. No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I could do.
The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that we were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. Hey, congrats on surviving work, Saki. Oh, and Kronos, it was the Lhasa Grammari. La Mirror. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something. Although weird is par for the course of you. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we could use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. Hang on, everybody. I got a text. I'm not gonna leave this dude hanging. Alright. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh! What a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away.
I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to To have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. Hello there, auxiliary. Indeed. Oh yeah, indict. You're right. My apologies. You see, words are hard. But thank you, though. Anyway. Yeah, but I don't mind getting corrected. It's all good. Not the first time. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I? Did I kill my own mother? Here's a new animation for Athena here. Look at those dead eyes. Man. You pronounced cash wrong, or at least I did until it became an accepted pronunciation. Yeah, cash, catch. Oh yeah, that's another good detail too, Joya. Widget is shut down too. And of course, Kronos would say something silly. Did I kill my own mother? No. No. Psycho. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see. I see 5 black Cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. No worries, Auxiliary. This entire series always goes on sale from time to time. Capcom, we all know by now the Capcom sale. Capcom does their usual sale. Yeah. You'll get another chance to get them at a good sell. And I'm sure whatever it is that you picked over is fine. They go on this for time to time. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And we saw them before from Christoph Gavin from the previous game. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Oh, there you go. Phoenix confirmed it himself right there. Like, If was there like is there a hypothetical way to remove those black sight blocks? No. For it is a plot device, and you can't even use Game Shark or Action Replay. Yeah, they're great auxiliary. Um, especially if you're totally left in the dark and not any like plot details, you know, like you don't want to like spoil yourself or anything like that. Wait, that's not strictly true, and we know it from existing material. I know Chronos. It's just the Black Cyclops, you know, you know. It's not they can't be opened. It's only the person can open their own black locks. Phoenix can't open them. Right, right, right. You're right. They're immune to outside interference. You're right. Yes, auxiliary. Um, episodes slash cases. They are indeed episodic. And just an FYI for your information, the cases do get a little bit longer the more you play. And it is always a good thing to save often when you're in between the trial parts, aka save scum. All right. So now, okay, so here's the deal, everybody. I was actually thinking of almost ending it here after the investigation, but I've decided I'm going to do the first part of the trial, and then I'll leave the last trial section for tomorrow. Yeah, I think that would be a good executive decision on my end. Pro tip: always expect case 5 or the final case forward to the games to last forever. You're not wrong, Venge. You are not wrong. That is sound advice too. Venge is not wrong. Right. So yeah, everybody, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this part of the trial, and I'll save part 2 of the trial for tomorrow. Cause I want to chillax for the weekend soon. All right. 6 hours later. You see, you have made the executive decision. We will finish this game today. So Chronos, very funny. I was almost thinking about that, Chronos. I was almost going to. I actually thought that I was going like I actually thought that I was just saying I was almost thinking about just doing the final case in one go, but no. I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to give you all a heads up. Venge, me and Joya, uh, yeah, the culprit of the first and Ace Attorney investigations, Miles Edgeworth does not know when to quit. Executive decisions, something you're bad at? Because oh yeah 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 yeah. Oh no, auxiliary. When I say executive decisions, I'm like I say it in jest.
Like we can leave the executive part about it. It's just a regular like decision. Like I have a decision to make. It's decision time. I just say executive decision because I think it sounds cooler. No, you're good, auxiliary. You're fine, man. Let's see. What's this? Chronos? December 20th is your birthday? That's awesome. No, you're good, Venge. If there's one thing I'm kind of also good at, it's deciphering typos. No, you're fine, auxiliary. It is it's also kind of hard to do that for some people. Let's see. Yes, Kronos, I am making this choice by asserting my authority and without thought or input. Yeah, basically. Nobody can stop me but me or this guy. He's armed with a Mega Buster. All right. Or maybe Spider-Man. Or maybe Tails. Or maybe this raccoon. Anyway. All right. Rock and roll, everybody. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna do this first part of the trial, and I'll save the second part for tomorrow. I also needed to because I haven't really. I've been sleeping well. I assure you all. It's just I've been feeling a little right now, but I'm all right. Yeah, court cases, law enforcement shows. Yeah, the forensic shows. Yeah, like CIA, Law and Order, all that stuff. And if there's any other shows, you can let us know. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. on Kronos' birthday. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 5. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the psych lock, the lock breaks, and the truth comes out. Oh yeah, forensic files. Yeah, cool. Like I said, I'm sure there's a lot of other law like yeah, those shows. It's just those are the two that I think of like the most. Yeah, forensic files is another good one. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yup, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. Yeah, a secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. I forgot the Pearls explained this part. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from her herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psych locks. According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Oh, let me see. Benj. It kind of retcons the Gavin Blacklocks. because that dude knew what he did. Oh, yeah. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But you'll be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I could relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who could do it, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then.
Good luck, Mr. Lick. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Also, translation. I could do it without a Fae bailing me out with their spirit channeling. Besides, what could they channel? Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Finally. Well, not finally, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting to it. Half of it. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Man, that's hardcore. Day 1. Court is now in session. Court? Hang on. That's a hard word for me.
Facsimile.
Facsimile. Okay. An exact copy, especially of written or printed material. All right. Or some facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Facsimile.
Hold it. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial.
You can also tell that it's aura because of 1, the hordes, and 2, the color, of course.
Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Oh my god. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth? Did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. May the force be with you! Yes, hashtag fake force. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious, dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Oof. That's intense. Oh, look.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
It is so awesome. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Everywhere around the world, fangirls, and I guess some guys are screaming right now. It was. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. Yeah.
Joya!
But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So, do you have any clue who is responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy. Dun-dun-dun. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that, when I barely believe it myself. Well, I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill, an exposed spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. Oh snap, the glasses are off. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
Maybe it's because Simon Blackquill forces you to. Through his powers of suggestion.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
No. because Blackwell told him. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim psychologist, Beatus Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. They are auxiliary. There's a lot of humorous parts of it. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. Like it's a lot. There's a lot of this game has so many it goes through the motions. It's an exaggeration of the court system. There is some of course they know when to get serious, but there is a lot of laugh out loud moments in between, which is cool. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Hold it. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Yeah. When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She's the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony. And just who is this witness anyway?
All right. This guy. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes of the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go.
All right. And here's the... we're moving on to the gameplay segment now, auxiliary. We're doing something called a cross-examination. Aura Blackwell's theory.
Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like the one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Black Quill was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. Yeah, Veg. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? He was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is, Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying. Yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions.
Yes, Chuck, Edgeworth is back. Oh, and also, Chuck, Pearl came back too. And she's 17 now. And, Edgeworth, he's the chief prosecutor.
You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments,
Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
first up-close shot of Edgeworth in 3D. Ah! Jeez, Edgeworth.
Order. Order in the courts. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, If you could, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. All right. So, so auxiliary. The main thing about cross examinations. So, like, the witness tells their testimony, and then the best thing you can do is press on each statement, and you know, after you think it over, you gotta you gotta find out what they are contradicting. When you find the contradiction, and then you look over your evidence, that's when you catch them on their lie. All right. So now we're gonna talk to we're gonna hear Fulbright's testimony about Aura Blackwell's theory. And hello there, Maverick. Hi, Maverick. You're just in time for part one of the final court section. I'll be doing the I'll be doing the second part, the final part tomorrow. Yep. Yeah, it is auxiliary. Check it out. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. Judge, it's like, you know, two lovers quarreling and you're caught in the middle and you're eating your popcorn. The jump shit. Yes! Yes, bitch! Oh, I remember. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say, close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
Hold it!
Yes, Chuck. They went back to courtroom number 4. It's in ruins because get this, Chuck.
every single courtroom right now is currently full. And we're using the courtroom number 4 because it's the only one available. It's crazy. A little symbolic, too. And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day at your own daughter's magic show? She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. I was thinking that, Kronos. Or maybe a classroom. Classroom trials. A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. Yeah, Kronos, they would. It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it. And we will on the 5th statement. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there, just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give the guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yep, we're gonna bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
All right then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
That's right, Chuck. Blackwell took the robot arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which,
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews?
Ahem. Your Honor, about this robot part. Does it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
You was gonna guess it was a sword?
But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here.
Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Hey, Rowley. Holy crap, I hope you've been well. Haven't seen you in a good while. You ever just think about how cool it'd be to be Phoenix Wright, be actually right for once?
Rowley.
What's the difference between a guitar and a fish? You can tune a car, but can't tune a fish. Rowley, Rowley, Rowley. Freaking Rowley. Holy crap. You dare. That's fine. I'm good. That was good, man. Holy crap. Man, y'all are great. I want to thank you all for coming on here, by the way. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright,
I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. I will not, Chuck. I'm fine, dude. You look, I only get riled up by puns if I was on a bad day. And I'm not having a bad day right now. And I know you're just joking around. Also, Chuck, I'm playing a game. I'm playing a series, for crying out loud, where in every single localization, all the names are punny. Let's see. It has been months of craziness. You got a new job? Lost 50 pounds? And you now mog on people wherever you go? Interesting. Very funny, Rowley. You were not one of them, I think. It was one upside down Matt that successfully bullied me. Wait. I fell into that. Anyway.
when did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Oh, wow. You've all good stuff on losing 30 pounds for you too, man. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. A Hat 1 exhibit. Look, everybody. You see? See the arm?
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knee and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell.
I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Sucks that robots come off of robot trees, can't be taken apart. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Dick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't be.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I?
prosecuting a freaking rope for cross-examining a robot. It's so funny. Order. Order in the court.
It's true that Pongo was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the crime updated in the court record. The photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain on the end of the robot's arm. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. And of course, it's never that easy with Edgeworth. He got that right. All right, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
Edgeworth the whole time was like, oh, right. Just gave me a new witness. Nice. Edgeworth and Stray in the same sentence. I mean, hey, for what it's worth, the ladies love him. Even old ladies. Like Oldbag.
Edgy poo.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Yeah, that demon. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth.
He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. Just like he always is.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. The Edgeworth bow! I prefer the 2D bow, but the bow nonetheless. Ah, order. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that the simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Oh,
A robot witness? Yes. First time in history. Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manners of witnesses to the stand over the years. One of them was a freaking parrot, and the other was a two-way radio. You know, not worse than a parrot witness, though. I know. Hmm. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Edgeworth is saying what we're all saying. I know. Um, hell yeah, they are Venge. I'll be doing the I'll be doing the DLC case on Sunday and Monday. I'm gonna split that case up in 2 days. Yeah.
yeah, and they're both in the collection, totally free.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to say this, Venge. The Dual Destinies DLC case, if I had to compare the cases, the DLC cases, I like the Dual Destiny DLC case over the Spirit of Justice DLC case. I thought the Spirit of Justice DLC case was okay. I mean, more than okay with the amount of fan service it has. But I do like the Dual Destinies DLC case. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Venge. According to I had mentioned before about the timeline that Dual Destinies, the cases here are told in a chronological order. It starts case 2, DLC case, case 3, part of case 4, case 1, the rest of case 4, and then case 5, which is where we're at now. Yeah. What's up? Joya, do yourself a favor. Here's the thing. Cast all doubt on what anybody says about anything. The best thing that you could ever do, Joya, is play it on your own. Formulate your own opinion. Just do it. And since the cases, the since those cases are in the collections, great. Cause yeah, I know on 3DS, unless you hack your 3DS, that can't be, can't get those cases no more. And I think they're available on Android, iOS, I think. But yeah, um, but I'm glad that these collections exist. Yeah, yeah. Day one suffered a bit, but day two actually the focus shifted. It got much better. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Benj.
And you like how more emotion. Oh my God, Suki, yeah. The entirety of Spirit of Justice, emotional, very. It's such a roller coaster ride. I can't wait to get to. I can't wait to get to Spirit of Justice next month. Oh yeah, Leighton versus Wright. I never got a physical release, huh? Shucks. Okay, Joya, that means a lot to me. When the time comes, I will get around to it. Cause yeah, I have other things and things planned, and I'm always gonna fit an Ace Attorney game. For at this year anyway. I'm gonna fit one in sometime in one of the days of the month. Shucks, Venge. Not even overseas, huh? As in, there was no physical copy. Ah, well. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me any more of him. Very well. I will allow the witness, bailiff. Please summon the robot named Ponko. They are auxiliary. They're awesome. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Punko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. Oh no.
No, I'm not. I'm Punko. Say it with me. Punko.
Oh no! Lumi Edgeworth! What an utterly inflexible little robot!
Gloomy Expert looks great in 3D. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
Yes! Haha! You remind me of my own grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. That's fine, Kronos.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mita Sykes. Your Edgeworth hating friend was delighted when Old Bag annoyed Edgeworth. That's funny. His intro to Old Bag is still stuck in your head.
Name, occupation, now! Yeah.
It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m., in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case, after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
The little here's the chest area, and Ponko's got the eyelashes. See, look, Ponko confirmed female, and Klonko confirmed male.
Objection! I object to the witnesses talking of this. Objection sustained.
What I saw.
went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Venus. And then Mommy Venus fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. Well, they don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret it this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it doesn't sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Yeah, like, like Holly just saying hello and asking, the date. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power, or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Venus.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon?
You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
Humph. If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know. I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly, we can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed, the bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, it's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. Hey there, Dusty Dog! Nice to see you! And I also like that you're sporting the Umbrella Corporation badge. I got that badge too. Hi, welcome to the stream. I'm just in the middle of cross-examining a robot. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I stream practically every day, except for Saturday. Saturdays are like a coin toss. Saturdays, I'll either just chill out. I rarely do Saturday streams. They're a coin toss, but I do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I usually start around 1:30 p.m.-ish Eastern. Oh, and I play all kinds of games too. I play whatever's classified as retro games, and I play whatever's on my Steam account and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. And I kept a personal list of how many games I've beaten. I've beaten at least 585 games so far on my stream. Oh my gosh. Wait. God plays Mega Man games for me on Saturday. That's what I got Zophar. Yes. See, when he streams Mega Man games, right? It's all an act, you see. So I play via remote control, and try as I might, I'm trying to I'm barking orders at Zophar, like from the chat room, of course, and sometimes in the little earpiece we have a two-way radio or headset or what have you. I have a private line. Hey, Zophar,
You gotta use that one special weapon. You have to jump and shoot, man. That's why he's called Jump and Shoot, man. Hey, Zophar. Good to see you, man. Although, although, when I play games for Zophar, um, some of his opinions or views are a little skewed on certain games in the series. But it's okay. We all have our likes and dislikes for you know, and it's all good too. I know I got a little wound up about Mega Man 4 and a certain track, but I'm fine with that. It's all good. Man, Mega Man 8 sure did a number though. Like I said, Mega Man 8 is just an okay. Oh man. Alright. But I look forward to whatever it is you're doing next so far. Right. Let's see. That's true, Maverick. There are some days, sometimes, where I do warm up the bench because I also like to, warm up the bench for one, Cthulhu the Third. Because we do hope he does stream. We'll see. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll think about what I'll do Saturday. I might chill, or I might do something. We'll see. Anyway. Oh, Suki? It's Mega Man 64 Recomp? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Auxiliary. I hope so too. And then sometimes... And then it's also a coin toss if he appears on a Sunday. But I'm glad he did that Saturn cast on Sunday. But yeah, I hope for that Saturday cast. But yeah, he doesn't stream too often on Sundays nowadays. You know, Stevie Sundays. It's like, oh, Stevie Sunday? That's still a thing? But he did a Saturn Sunday, which was nice. But Saturday seems to be... Oh, thank you, Dusty Dog. These are actually my wolf pajamas. I like to wear it mostly on my head. Oh, and I also have a cute little tail. Let's see. X6 Remake, Viral Nightmare? I have not. I haven't checked it out yet, Venge, but I do know of its existence. Oh, Dusty Dog. You can tell that I'm warm, Kronos? I guess. Oh, yeah. But I also like it because it's a fashion statement. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it's adorable. Oh, that's a cute emote. Okay. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss a thing. All right. Continuing. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Oh, they got new sprites. That's good to. I was just gonna say that's awesome to hear, Venge, because like, okay, Infinity Virginia and Blaze Heatnix, they have great splash art of their like official artwork. Like when you select them from the stage select. And then you look at their sprites and it's like their sprites do not reflect their splash work. That's cool. I gotta check it out sometime, maybe. We'll see. It's just, I know I recently went through X6 as 0. I know X6 is a total different ball game. Surely what X6 is missing? Alright. Edgeworth chose to interpret it, plugged, as stabbed. Well, I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. All on the actual stage itself? Ride Chaser level? That's so cool. Thank you, Dusty Dog. I appreciate that. Big hug. I'm glad I've left a good impression on you. That means a lot. Let's see. Oh god. Yeah. The Volkraken intro bit with the Ride Chaser. I remember that. Oh, thank you, Dusty Dog. Again, I appreciate that. I'm loving the affirmation. Alright. Um Hey. Alrighty then. We're gonna check the statements again. And I'm gonna press the third statement.
And then Mommy Venus fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
Ready? No, I'm not.
Wow.
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Venus was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? It's going well, Dusty Dog. It's my second time revisiting this. I haven't played this in centuries. I've been doing one Ace Attorney game a month. It's a good one. These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment, all your friend Rose would love this game? Yes. I was gonna say, honestly, if your friend hasn't yet, get the Phoenix Wright trilogy, the Apollo Justice trilogy. There's also the Great Ace Attorney games and the in Ace Attorney investigation games too. It's a great series, and all of us in this very Twitch stream are hoping that one day Capcom will ever announce a seventh mainline Ace Attorney game. Or honestly, I wouldn't mind if they give us another Edgeworth game, or give us Detective Gumshoe, Ace Detective, or something like that. I would play a Gumshoe game. Oh, Kingdom Hearts! Oh. Kingdom Hearts. It's like Kingdom Hearts. It's also very complicated if you follow the story, but it all makes sense in the end when you play every single game in the series, including all the side games. I played a good chunk of it myself, and then I started watching other people because I couldn't keep up anymore. I lived on through them, and oh man, my younger niece, she went the whole 9 yards than me, that's for sure. Oh yeah, Suki. Metal Gear series is definitely complex, especially if you add in all the games together. Oh yeah, it is auxiliary. This is definitely a cool game. Even if you want auxiliary, you can just put it on autoplay and just like, I don't know, eat popcorn or something, or chips. Ponko, how was Dr. Slice after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
You forgot mention. I forgot to mention your turn to die when talking about games similar to Double A. It's indie and awesome. Oh, hold up. Ooh. Oh. Oh my. Multi-ending horror adventure. Okay. Spooky. Anyway. Oh yeah? Kind of like Danganronpa? Oh wow, TGI Fridays. The yeah, those are good too.
After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you hadn't heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Oh man, that's a good feeling, auxiliary. The 1980s.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Anko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? There is. There is something. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Venus fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Let's press that statement.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? Same here, Auxiliary. Born in 1983.
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll is Mommy Venus's prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench sidewalk. But is there some problem with this statement? You're fine, Auxiliary. It's all good. Age has been a number. After I charged up... Okay. So, this new statement right here.
Mommy Venus fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Now we shall look through our evidence. Oh. Oh. We're going to present the 7-year-old photos on this statement.
Objection!
Honko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? Yeah, I'm so free. That was quite the time. Thanks, E.T. The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. And Auxiliary, that is totally okay if you like E.T. Because, many people have gone on record to say that E.T.'s not that bad of a game, like on Atari 2600. It's just, man, 1983, that was quite the crazy time. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Ooh, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right, right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
I'm with you there, Phoenix. I too love the color blue.
Yeah.
If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Yeah. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest to move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko. Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. Oh my god. Panko? It's Panko, Edgeworth.
My name is Pinko. Say it with me.
Go! I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Panko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
Thank you, Dusty Dog. Yeah, my peeps here are awesome. Um, they're great, and you're great too. No, I mean it. My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Hmm. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Ah! Edgeworth, can you at least get Ponko's name right? Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. On ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
he's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thoughts will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time.
Yeah, Rowley. Edgeworth took a break in the fourth game.
Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney.
Edgeworth, he's chief prosecutor now.
Nah, he didn't. He was not in the courthouse.
I'm glad nobody else was in the courthouse when the bomb went off. Well, no, wait, I forgot. Apollo got caught in it, but he's alive.
Alright. The table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looks just like magic to me. What she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace.
Oh, you had some problems with your PNG? You got it on Etsy? And it was AI and you didn't know? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But you had a streamer friend make it. Oh, that's adorable. Sorry to hear that about Etsy, though. That's cool.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table
Hold it!
Yeah, AI is just bad. No, don't say another word. Just stop. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table. Hold it. No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be. That can't be true. That's unfortunate. I was just gonna say, sorry, I was reading who did Edgeworth's eyeliner. Good question. No, of course, Suki. I hear you. Yeah, like using it for profit. Yeah, that's bad. But like for playing around, it's whatever. Order, order in the court, order in the court. I say, Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Humph. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a national. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Hmm. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah? That's awesome, Dusty Dog. TNAI saved your work machine today. It had a kernel panic caused by an initial RAM disk that was either missing or corrupted. So Gemini and ChatGPT figured a solution for it. That's cool. Yeah, I know. I know, Chuck. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she didn't want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the accident, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts, facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defendant has no counter argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but, there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. but I can't think of a single thing. Oh no, auxiliary. It seems it's making us think that Ponko may have been the murderer, and Athena might have also been the murderer. But right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to unravel more information. Okay, Dusty Dog, you go and start dinner, and thank you very much. Thank you so much. You enjoy your dinner. And thank you for the hearts. AI is taking over Pinterest really fast too. You keep seeing amazing art that doesn't even look like AI at all, and then the comments start pointing it out. There's a site that scans drawing to check if they're AI made, but you think the site itself uses AI? Ooh, ribeye steaks. I hope you enjoyed them. Silly Chuck, man. Dahlia Hawthorne is busy burning in hell right now. She's busy, well, in hell, and having Mia Fey live in her head rent free. Anyway, what did I do? What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Objection. Prosecutor Blackwell? This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. And don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness. I will take to the stand. And I want to take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Oh, snap. Simon Blackwell offers his testimony about 7 years ago. You know, I never thought about that. But I like the whole monochrome thing he has going on for himself. I'm a fan. 7 years ago, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Hmm. But little Pongo here witnessed the victim falling. In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she shouldn't. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. Cookies and cream prosecutor. I like that. So the murder occurred after the time period Honko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down into hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution's tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Hold it. Don't you dare judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell?
Forgive me, Ora. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Hold it! Athena! Athena! What are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Yep, bench. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me. You know,
What are you talking about?
do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, No matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it could mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a good one, everybody. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his way, as if he'll never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day, if we approach it from that angle? I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. And that emotion that's not adding up is the second statement right here, pinpointing happiness.
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was saved first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ah! The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now. but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him. Then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. The heart doesn't lie, not even Simon's. Yeah. I can hear that he's trying to hide his true feelings, but they're seeping through anyway. Thanks. That should help a lot. If Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, then there should be a contradiction somewhere. Yeah? Oh. Alright. Pat, pat. We're gonna pinpoint the sadness on the fourth statement. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Yeah, he can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh no. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions? Which should I tackle first? Well, Simon said it best, everybody. Nothing wrong with his testimony, right? Well, we're going to tackle his emotions. Oh, man. Okay, let's look for his inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. I heard Wright from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. If you see an unusual or out-of-place emotion, just point it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions, though? We could take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony. Nah, we're pressing on. I still think I could find an inconsistency in his emotions. Let's press on. Okay, but if you ever want to switch, I'm ready anytime. It's over here. On the second statement, we will pinpoint surprise.
Got it!
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
All right, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? Ah, hello, cat. Hello, Boosh.
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Humph. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Uh-oh.
Noise back to 100%.
It's 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. All right, what should I tackle first this time? We shall choose to tackle his testimony this time. You mean his his intentions are good, but any reason he couldn't go to the police? Maybe there was and I forgot. That's fine. All right. Here goes. We're gonna go to his testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. All right, let's give it a thorough check then.
With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Hanko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. If you find an inconsistent statement, present evidence to the contrary. Is there really a contradiction in his testimony, though? Mr. Wright? If he can't find any problems with his testimony, we can try his emotions. One moment. Let's go back to his emotions real quick, and then I'm going to go back to his testimony. Alright. So we're going to go back to the testimony now. Yeah. If you see... Yeah. If you see an unusual or out-of-place emotion, just point it out. Is there really any inconsistency in his emotions, though? If you don't see any problems with his reactions, we can try his testimony. Yeah, we can go back to the testimony. Okay, so everybody, ready to see the first bad ending? There's 3 bad endings in this game. Let's get the first one. I'm gonna play dumb here, everybody. I'm gonna present the wrong evidence.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, your statement is inconsistent with this evidence. And what's your opinion, Chief Prosecutor? As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is logically inconsistent is Mr. Wright himself. In that case, as always, I will give Mr. Wright a penalty. Alright, what should I tackle first this time?
Objection!
Don't worry. I'm gonna turn back time. Hey, I showed the bad ending in Justice for All and in Apollo Justice. I'm usually a fan of showing off all the content. So yeah, we're gonna get our first bad ending, everybody.
Objection!
I'm just being really dumb right now. Duh. What do you mean it's not the attorney's badge on that contradiction? By the way, that's not the actual contradiction on the statement.
Objection!
And no, that's fine. Prosecutor Blackwell. Okay. Same text. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The court's decision of 7 years ago stands. Prosecutor Simon Blackwell remains guilty for the murder of Dr. Metis Sykes. Court is adjourned. Look, everybody. Prosecutor Blackwell was executed as scheduled the next day. As for Aura Blackwell, she and her robots took Trucy
and the rest of the hostages and vanished without a trace. Athena left the office, and Apollo stopped smiling. And I, realizing my uselessness as a lawyer, took off my badge for good. And it gives you the option to retry. Oh, I could just retry from this scene. That's good. That's awesome. Cool, huh? Right. Oh, oh, that's good, and it refills your confidence bar. So yeah, everybody, that was one of 3 bad endings. Um, let's see. We go to the second statement here. Uncle attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Hmm. Photo of the crime.
Objection!
Yes, Joya. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer. Prosecutor Blackwell, take a look at this photo. Hmm, that's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Panko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely, the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Panko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. Oh, hold on. Justice for All had a bad ending, and you think Apollo Justice did too. Yeah, it did. Justice for All on the final Shelley the Killer testimony. You had to present 2 wrong pieces of evidence. And in Apollo Justice, the part where you play as the mirror on the panel where you could choose guilty, not guilty, you could choose guilty and get Vera guilty. But yeah, there are 3 bad endings for Dual Destinies. So maybe you shouldn't be paranoid when you lose 1/5 of the health bar. But to be honest, I chose the wrong answers on purpose when I play TGAA because the dialogue's super funny. And there are even separate dialogues for each wrong evidence you present sometimes. It's so cool. That's good. I like that. And I bet a lot of people that like to make those text script FAQs had a good time going through all of that. You did choose guilty just to see the outcome? Wow. All right. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, The victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies.
God,
Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now!
you have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Here it is, everybody. We've gone critical. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years? And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. We will. So, this is a tricky one, too. We probe Athena. Oh, whoops. Click and then probe.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
No, you should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? Oh wow, he's sweating. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
I feel for this man.
It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. He smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes. So she sweetly said,
I totally forgot this part. Nightmare fuel. Joy. No, this isn't joy. This is like shocked, surprised. Something's wrong with mom, so I'm taking her up. Oh my god. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Something's wrong with mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. That is true, Astro Dude. When this game was rated, um instead of the usual T14 rating from back in the day, when yeah, they uh they did give this game an M rating. Like there's a lot of blood you see. Like yeah, you see a lot of blood throughout the series, but the blood in the stitch in like all these situations that we have seen, like it led up to this point because they showed a little bit of like these flashbacks with Athena. Yeah, but this right here, yeah. I, I try to take my mother apart. I I I. I Oh no. No. Uh-huh. Yeah. Or like it's a sick realization. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother, Athena. As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct, after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's heart. She wanted to set you free of her pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Yeah, do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now, and those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew when that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Uncle was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. Hmm. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
I'm not. But this, I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. No, Athena, no. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
Humph. It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the courts give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright, and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena,
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright,
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena,
You are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you'd never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Oh. And those are his inside, that's his inside voice. Yeah, and I too love Black Quill as well, Joya. He's awesome. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Aw, Snapple. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there, or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Alright, here goes. There is indeed a problem, Your Honor. The katana.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Boosh. Boosh. You just made me tab out of the game. Bad. There we go. You're right. Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said, there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. Call him off, Megatron. In that case, Why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course he could ask that. Of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Yup. Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There is a high probability that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. The utility knife.
Take that!
Well, that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once he told me just now. Once he told me. Then there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Go to court then, if you would. What pattern of design could we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Well, Edgeworth, two pieces of evidence can prove this part. You can use either robots with a heart, or you can even use the Space Center pamphlet. We're gonna go with robots with a heart.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The GYA XA logo. Your Honor, it's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GYA XA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the GYA XA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motive it's got going. GYA XA, huh? Is that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Ah, I think I see it now, but
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the GYA XA logo.
so it would. Then that means
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth, my aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh.
order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittingly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers could be that of Dr. Sykes. Gyukuza, portmanteau of Gyakuten, literally Turnabout, the partial title for the Ace Attorney series in Japan, and JAXA, JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAKUZA, with both names creating an additional pun for the nickname of the series in Japan, Gyakusa, for Gyakuten Saiban. Director Takashi Yamazaki suggested the name as a joke, but it was implemented for real. That is a cool piece of trivia. Thank you very much for sharing that. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Yaksa. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendants were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. No. It's almost as if, now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. No, it's okay, Auxiliary. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Ah!
Oh no! It's that pose, but in 3D. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? Never give up, never surrender. No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. You got that right. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Ah, yes. One moment. Let's see. Right. Okay. I think after this part, I can go for the second bad ending. Yes, Auxiliary, these games are awesome. Capcom knows how to do good games. It's got great graphics, great soundtrack with great characters, and this is some nice gameplay too, you know? Like, yeah, there's a lot of like text, of course, but like you're actually, you have to make the decisions, you have to think, you gotta pay attention to all of it. Like it's good stuff. I concede that the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Yes, yeah, auxiliary. Like the writing's great. That's another thing. Like it's just great. Like you can tell, you can see like why people love these games. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. The person hid their face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. That would be none other than Metis Sykes. The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All he had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The victim's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby. One moment. I hereby.
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second because I realized something so shocking. I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I would see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Blanco's strange malfunction.
Miss Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Taryn.
Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. No, it's identifying the jacket. The jacket that belonged to Clay. That was another case of a mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm impossible! Oh, impossible! It would have said I'm there was an apostrophe. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order. Order in the court.
Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask. Yes. I remember a... Ah! Oh no. Athena? What is it?
No, impossible! Vile. Not the charge shot!
I. Wow.
Oh no. Oh no. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? Uh, my head. Ah. Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
Black Psych locks. They're breaking. Oh, snap. And that was also the first time, I believe, in the series we see the Black Psych locks break. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Oh no. They're gone. The Black Psych locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then, uh, yeah, it's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. He was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was by her clothes. There was a man there. A man. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time, you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The defense went into the back of his hand. Excuse me. I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. I mean, Chuck, I know the judge. It's just Phoenix was really serious at this point. Because we need to know. Judge just sit there quietly, like a good little judge, and let the adults do the talking. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time, you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. Utility knife updated. The murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Oh no. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor,
As you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. The no mask. Ah, this mask hanging there in the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. With a phantom? Hmm, it would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has. Hold it. Oh no, Aura. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? I know, right? I know, right, Joya? Who says it was all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Midas. And then Mommy Midas fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Midas was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? All right. That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. All right. I think on this part here, I can get the second bad ending.
Take that!
So let's try that. This piece of evidence will reveal the identity of the person who came to the lab. Bullets now. Then reveal away by all means. Oh, how about if we team up for this, Mr. Edgeworth? No. How about you, Your Honor? What do you say? Certainly, I'll help you. I will help you to remember to think about. Certainly, I'll help you. I will help you to remember to think before you speak. Oh, tag team by lemon juice and paper cut. Could an image of the culprit possibly have been captured anywhere?
Take that!
We're getting the second bad ending, everybody. I think you get it right here.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Right. Second bad ending. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims. This court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, guilty. Oh, wait, my bad. I forgot the trigger, everybody. I think it's when they ask me the final two questions. All right. It says here, do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Yes. The 7-year-old video can show us.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation reports. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then. Let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Look, everybody. Bandaged hand. Presumably who got stabbed. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. all to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mystery man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? Let's see. Okay. I think this is the part where I could play dumb, people. It was at the time of the murder. The culprit was there at the time of the crime. He could have easily put it back then.
Objection!
But the security camera captured a man leaving with the jacket after the murder. You realize you're contradicting yourself, don't you? Of course I do. Who do you think you're dealing with here? Well, I hope you also realize that you will now have to deal with this penalty. Why can't these hurt less? That's so funny. But yeah, I think this is the part here.
Objection!
I could actually fell here to get the bad ending, the second bad ending. I already showed off the first bad ending.
Objection!
It's on the last two questions where you're able to fail.
Objection!
I know, Suki.
Objection!
Here it is. I triggered it, everybody. Second bad ending. Here we go. That's enough. I've had more than my fill of your worthless arguments. But this trial is over. Now hand Athena Sykes over to me. You know what will happen if you don't. No matter what I said, I couldn't change Aura Blackwell's mind. Athena was taken away, and I never heard from her again. Retry for this scene. Alright, that was the second bad ending. Alright. The real answer, everybody, is when the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime. Excuse me. It could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that this facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth? Are you actually conceding? He's like, whatever. Whatever. Is it true, boss? Does this mean, I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence! Silence! That's my line. That's what that will be Prosecutor Blackwell out of character.
A little princess who was truly believed. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going.
That's unhealthy.
But what do I know? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Ora. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that?
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Ora, there is something I wanted to say. If you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Dono.
You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I attained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them? But where could they have been?
Humph. Who is to say?
Wow. I bet he's never let that out of his sight after all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Taka!
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Phantom's Psych Profile. Added to the court record. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. The Phantom's able to mask their emotions. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
The Phantom indeed.
A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
Hmm. You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well, in that case. Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Objection? Somebody objects.
You!
Objection! Apollo. Oh, snap. Apollo!
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Oh, snap. And here comes Polly with the edgelord face. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
To be continued.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where I am going to end it. There is a small piece and part of me that wanted to do this all the way. But I think it's actually is best because also I have to think I try to think in account for like time zones. You went to your Dollar General? Oh, don't worry, Auxiliary. You can always check my VOD. And I'm also gonna upload this to my YouTube channel too. But don't worry, that's going to be it for tonight. Um I'm going to end cast and I'm going to try to be on before 2 p.m. Eastern. Like I'm going to try and start up again. Like I said, 1:30 p.m. ish Eastern, 2 p.m. ish. That's my times. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
No, I wasn't, Chuckman. I, and I alone, do whenever I play these games, and I don't take into account on when a singular case is like 11 hours and 12 hours. Jeez, I can't believe I went 12 hours yesterday. No, not yesterday, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Anyway, wait, hold on. Yeah. All right, we're good. I do not bully. Anyway,
Everybody, I want to thank each and every single one of you for being here. And fear not, we are going to. I will play the exciting conclusion to this case tomorrow. I think I made a good decision today because originally, everybody, I wanted to do just the investigation and then save both trial segments for tomorrow, but I'm like, nah, I think that might be overdoing it. No, because there isn't much left in the next section, in the last section, and it's gonna line up good for me because I don't want to miss pizza. Um, yeah, it's pizza nights tomorrow. I'm gonna have a nice. It's either gonna be a Tombstone or a Red Baron, and I wanted to, I want to settle into my weekend and chill out with Chuckman as well, and catch up a bunch of other streams too. Oh yeah, Venge? Hold on. Yeah, you're welcome, Joya. Case 5 of Spirit of Justice crushed your soul with its length. Oh, but yeah, it is damn good. Yep, I understand the context. Yeah, Joya. I can't wait for that next month. And that's good, Venge. Yeah. Alright. Alright, everybody. Alright. Everybody, I know a fine channel to go on out to. Everybody, we are going to raid Chade. That rhymes. Raid Chade. So Chade. Oh wow. Everybody, right now, Chade is playing one of her favorite Mega Man games, and that's Mega Man 5. While it's not one of my favorites, Chade likes Mega Man 5. And I'm gonna raid on out to Chade. And now before I go, there's something I always like to do at the end of my streams, and that's to thank people. And I have a list, everyone. Okay, everybody, I have a list. And I have a lot of people to thank today. And let's see. I have my list at the ready. Yes, Milady Chade. Yeah, I said her. Um, Now before I go, I'd like to thank the following individuals in order of appearance. I'd like to thank Joya, 707, Chuckman, Sugi Zero, Running Wild Vigia, Astro Dude 1987, Chronos, Mindscan, Vengeful Nemesis. Good to see you again, Venge. I'm glad you're still around. um, Saki of Potatoes, Auxiliary. Thank you very much for being here too, and I'm glad you see how awesome that not only this game is but the series is. Next time you see that next Capcom sale, because they do the same sale. Let's be real. Yeah, you go get that series. You get the Phoenix Wright trilogy, you get the Apollo Justice trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney collection, and the the Ace Attorney investigations, and yeah, and I'm sure there's some other good legally distinct games of this type too. Um, Maverick, Rally, good to see you again. Dusty Dog 239. Thank you very much for stopping by. Your words. I I I like the words you said to me. Oh, and Zophar. Yeah, Zophar. You know, Zophar one, the one
behind something. Anyway, nah, but in all seriousness, though, yeah. Look out for me between the times of 1:30 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern ish, and we're going to get to the bottom of that case once and for all. All right, everybody, we're gonna retreat, and let me put on a hot jam to go on out to. The one I started with the stream. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace, and I'll see you all in court. Phantom. Ghost. Little Tails cameo.